Okay, can you hear me?
Turn the mic on.
It's on. It's on. It should be green.
That's better.
Okay. We're set? Okay, we're rolling. Well, here we are at the 41st edition of the Chicago TI International World Fair. And I wish more people were here, but those who are, the few, the faithful, are going to have an interesting show today. And those of you at home who are watching, I hope, will spend some time next year to come and join us. This fair is going to be dedicated to the memory of Barry Harmson, who unfortunately died this year. I think we all know Barry. If you're a TIer, you're familiar with Barry. He was the glue that held all of the various TI communities together. Barry traveled to Chicago or to Evanston every year for the fair for as long as I can remember. He has been sorely missed, not only here, but around the world to all of the different groups that he traveled to and spoke to and kind of kept us all in touch and united. And Barry, we miss you. We miss you a lot. Anyway, we have, I think, a pretty interesting fair this year. We have some demos, some of our members who have come back to the group, some of our members who have never left the group, and have presentations to make, and some are live and some are not. John Benke, who is a very well-known programmer for a number of programs that have been written over the years, games, utilities, etc., has come back, has retired from the Chicago Police Department, and this year has reworked one of his games, Missile Command, and we have a video. Unfortunately, John is sick at home with COVID-19 right now and was not able to be here physically, but he did upload a video for us and has even provided copies of his games, which will be available to those at the banquet this evening. So if you're watching this and if you're local and want to get a copy of this updated program, Missile Command, by all means, come to the banquet this evening or come to the fair. There's still plenty of time to come to the fair. We'll be here until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I should also mention that the banquet will be held directly across the street at the Mount Everest restaurant if you're local watching this and are planning on coming. That'll start about 5:30 in the evening. So without further ado, let's go directly to John's video, and then there'll be a demonstration, an actual demonstration of the game after our lunchtime break, which will take place a little bit after the demo, or a little after the video, I'm sorry. I should probably acknowledge some of our members. Vic Stirrup, our president, is here. Jim Mazurski, I'm sorry, Mazurk. I should probably tell you, I passed out yesterday and fell and spent all of yesterday in the emergency room. So if I seem a little discombobulated and disoriented today, let's blame it on the painkillers and maybe the pain itself. At any rate, another long story. Jim Mazurk, our technical guru. Jim Fessner is here. Waleed is here. Ken Griffiths is here. John Shanafield, our broadcaster, is here. Steve, what's your last name?
Anderson.
Steve Anderson, that's right. Steve Anderson from Canada is here. This makes it an actual international World Fair. My wife is in the back manning the attendance tables. I'm not even going to name all of the other people that are in the room because, frankly, I don't know everybody's name. But we have a group of of a number of wonderful people who have come from all across the country and from even other countries. And maybe we'll introduce some of them later on. But for right now, let's get started with the demo. So John, are you ready to present the video? And if we have that up and running, that would be wonderful. And if not, we'll have it up and running very shortly. I should mention that this game has been created in 3 different texts. It's a bin file. It's a, well, I don't even know all the different texts. One is a DSK. And it's available, it's going to be available again for attendees at the fair and at the dinner this evening. And John Benke has provided a number of copies in a format, a very nice USB card that looks like a credit card. It fits in your wallet. And he's also created some very nice keychains, which will be given out as door prizes this evening at the fair again. You had to be here to get one. And if you weren't here, too bad. At any rate, are we ready to go? Oh, this is a demo, if you can see this. This is a demo of what our new website may look like. We're in the process of recreating a website, and there'll be more information about that later on in the fair. But for the moment, John, if you're ready to start the video, we'll go ahead with that. If I were to tell you that we're having technical difficulties, you'd understand, because this is, after all, a TI demonstration. So,
TI's IT backwards, and IT never works.
yeah, we have and meanwhile, I'll just get up here and I'll sing. That ought to turn the entire audience off.
You're gonna need to leave the mic on.
Are we ready to turn the mic off?
No, you gotta leave it on for the audio. So just put it on the table.
I don't think the, is this going to work? Is this going to pick up?
We're about to find out.
Okay, I'm going to step aside.
Space bar should start playing. It looks like it's playing. There's a little bit of it.
Here we go.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Benke, one of the original members back in the early to mid 80s. Kind of disappeared for a few decades, but Hal convinced me to stop by the 41st annual TI Fair. Hard to believe they're still going on. I give you guys kudos. The problem is that after some health problems the last couple of years, I decided to treat my wife to go see Penn and Teller downtown at the Chicago Theater, and had a good time. They were great as usual, but came back with a nice case of COVID. So here I am on day 4 of COVID, actually doing better than I thought, so there's no problems there. I just really wanted to be there in person. So having gotten that out of the way, the reason I'm here is about a year or 2 ago when I stopped by, Al or one of the guys gave me a disc or a USB or whatever the hell it was, and it contained the TI emulator, because I had gotten rid of all my equipment many, many years ago. Still into computers, not programming though, but needless to say, I never could get it to work, you know. So I tinkered with it for a couple hours, couldn't get it to work, put it aside. And for whatever reason, a couple weeks ago, I got I was bored, and I finally got it to work, needless to say. And so I pulled up one of my old programs and I started tinkering with it. And an old program called Missile Command. You guys probably have seen it, or some of you might have seen it. A lot of my stuff back then was listed as JB freeware. I was never one to pat myself in the back, so I would just put my initials on there, JB, and freeware was the common, nomenclature, or whatever you call it, for just, it's free, enjoy it, do whatever you want with it. And so I started tinkering with it. I figured, well, let me see if I can update it, just as, trying to bring back the old memories of 30-some years ago, not programming anything. And little by little, I just kept adding little features to it. And so, not owning a machine and not knowing what to do with the code, I contacted Hal, and I sent him a message. And I said, is anybody there interested in this upgraded version of the game? And Hal was really gracious, and what a great guy. And he said, well, why don't you come and demonstrate it at, the World's Fair is coming up in a couple weeks. And so I agreed before the COVID thing hit. And after that, I was like, oh hell, I can't embarrass myself, so I got to add some more features to it. So I just kept adding more and more stuff until finally I said, look, I got to stop. And so I'm going to pull up the original game and put my face in a little corner there, because I guess that's what all these webcasters do now. And I'll tell you a little bit about the background of the game, and then what I did to it, and hopefully I didn't embarrass myself. I'm sure in the 30-some years I've been gone, programming for the TI is advanced in leaps and bounds, and so if this seems a little crude, please be kind, okay? So let me switch this over to the other program, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back here. Let's try this again here. Back to Missile Command. Back in the early 80s, I was going to Lane Tech High School. Across the street, they had a couple arcades, where you go out there and spend all your quarters. And so when we'd cut class or ditch library or whatever, we'd go over there and play. And so I'd come home and I'd want to recreate some of the games that I played at the arcade on the TI. It was the best the TI can do. I used to have a lot of fun doing that. Didn't have much of a life, apparently. So, anyhow, this was one of the more successful ones. Later on, Chris Bob at Asgard Software adapted it. Well, he didn't adapt it. I changed it over to Missile Wars. And added a couple of features, or tweaked it just a little bit, so I made a few dollars off of that. With also, he sold the Tunnels of Doom editor for me. But as a matter of fact, here's you can see, I don't know, Missile Wars. Got a broken copy here. Yeah, whatever. Actually found this on eBay a couple years ago. Never thought I'd be rebuying my own game that I can't even run. I don't have a TI system anymore, just an emulator. So, back to the game. I'm going to load up the original game. And let's see if I remember how to do this. Old DSK1 dot missile command 1 dot binary. And let's see if it works. Yes. This is the original one that is probably still in the library. And runs with a joystick. Has no directions. You're just supposed to automatically know. It's actually not a conversion of the arcade Missile Command. It's actually a conversion of the Atari 2600 Missile Command, where the arcade had 3 missile memories, left, right, and center, and with the Atari joystick only had 1 button. You could only have 1 missile base in the middle. And everything's a little crude, but it works. Now the object here is, these are at the bottom of the screen. you'll see the 6 cities, and supposedly this is obviously the era of, Soviet Union, United States, so the thought is that we're defending ourselves against a missile attack. In the new one, I changed it to aliens. I didn't want to, we don't need any more of that nuclear stuff. And it just gets harder and harder. And every time you get 2,000 points, you get a new city. But like I said, none of this is documented because I was just too lazy, I guess, to document it. But it gets pretty hard pretty fast. But I'm told it runs pretty good for an extended basic only game. Later on, I started dabbling and adding some assembler to it, but this was before that. And so, eventually, the game ends and the whole world blows up, and that's pretty much it. So let me just end this. And let's load up the new one. And I'll explain the changes I've made. It's the old missile command 2.binary. Oh, geez, old DSK1 missile command 2.binary. Working. Now on the new one, I've added a bunch of different features. It's not vastly different. I polished it up a little bit. The one main feature I did add was the original game would run with joysticks only. This one will allow you to pick a keyboard if you'd like, but it runs much better with the joysticks because if you play in keyboard mode, you can only move left and right or up and down. The joystick allows you to go diagonal, which makes it a little bit easier. Added some nice graphics and little kudos to the World's Fair here. And I put the flashing graphics for those people that, so close your eyes if that stuff affects you. Sometimes you gotta hold the button down a little bit. The TI's not that fast. Oh, caps lock. Here I changed it. I won't read it. Just basically, I changed it from, Soviet Union and United States blowing each other up to we're holding off the alien attack and yada yada yada. Now, I'm going to play with joystick mode because it's easier. I put a little speech in there, countdown, and if you hold a key down, it'll skip through this, so you don't have to listen or count down every time you play. And I'll be using the arrow keys, the emulated one, because I'm on the computer here. But made a few tweaks to the graphics. I made them actually look like missiles this time. Changed the explosions a little bit. One thing that is noticeably different, as it gets harder and harder, the missiles, individual missiles, will come down at different speeds. So they're not all coming down at the same speed. Then there's also, you'll see in a second, sometimes if you do, you try to get 2 in one hit. By the way, if the missile base gets hit, you lose 10 missiles. That's how you don't lose the whole base. Now let's see, this is a bonus round, or is this the asteroids? Yeah, I asteroid rounds where asteroids come down, and these are the ugliest looking asteroids you ever think of. But TI has some limitations. Now the thing about the asteroids that make them different is that every once in a while, because they're so big, you won't destroy them on the first hit. You have to hit them multiple times. That time it worked fine. Then you'll get a bonus round. I think it might be next, where I call it to take a, go walk the dog round. No, this isn't it. It's probably next coming up. So. And the trick with this, what made it so hard doing it on the TI, is that obviously these are sprites. The limitations on sprites is that to detect a collision, it only detects it when you're asking for it. So if the TI basic is so slow that, here's the bonus round. I'll get back to it in a second. Now this is the go walk the dog round. I called it that because they don't do anything. This is a bonus round. They'll just go back and forth. You can go take a nap and come back, and it's going to still be doing this. This is just like target practice. Excuse me. Free points, maybe. So you just take these out here. It's not as easy because they go a lot faster than the missiles. Some of the missiles do. Let's see here. Almost. I'll leave this one go while I talk for a second. What was I talking about here? The asteroids coming down. I'm getting old. I can't remember what I was talking about. I was talking about the sprites. It's no secret, you guys probably all know, TI Basic's very slow. I mean, back in the day, they touted how it was 16-bit and it was all this other crap, but if I remember correctly, because they funneled everything through that GROM or something, it was really slow and double, triple translations and stuff like that. Anything going to a basic or extended basic was dog slow. It didn't have to be, but I guess they figured we wouldn't know any better at the time. It actually was a 1978 design, I believe, so I guess we should be amazed that it's still working. But anyhow, back to the way it was. So here's the deal. So if you're trying to check to see if a missile hits the asteroid, a missile hits the other missile hits anything, Basic has to be checking. And as it loops through whatever it's doing, it comes around and it'll say, okay, did the missile hit the other missile? And yes or no. And then if it does, then obviously you make an explosion and stuff and you go on, right? If it doesn't, if it's too far apart, it's going to say, no, it didn't hit, and it'll just keep going around. The problem is that all this other stuff, because computers the computers back then, they do one thing at a time. So everything that's being done is being done in a loop, right? So the more nice-looking graphics, the more fancy stuff I put in the background, the longer loop takes to go around. And the longer the loop takes, the more often you're not going to detect a hit. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, between doing too much. And this would be a great game to be rewritten in assembler. It probably has been. Somebody in the last 30 years has probably written something like that. But let me finish this up here, and while we're talking. But like I said, the stuff that I basically added was I had different branches so that they weren't duplicating the code and making the asteroid attack. And I think I'm going to just let it run after this. So let's see what happens when the game's over. Now see that when I hit it, and it didn't take it out. You'll hear a little beep when it does that so that you know you did hit it. Let me turn this down a little bit and see. So one wave. I was going to get two of them. I got 4,000, which means I got 2 bonus cities, so I should get another city here. Okay, now I'm just going to let the thing run. See how fast they're coming now? It gets pretty fast. I don't think it gets any faster than this. The original Missile Command, if anybody remembers it way back, at the arcade they actually had a trackball. And there was, like I said, there was 3 missile batteries. Let's see if I can use, yeah, 3 missile batteries. There's one here, and one here. I don't know if it picks up the mouse, but you were able to select which missile battery you wanted to fire, and it made it a little bit easier because there was less travel time. Now watch what happens. See, it has 20 missiles. When it gets hit, it's going to go down to 10 because it took a hit. And here we go. If anybody remembers the original Missile Command, there was 2 things that I would have liked to have done that I couldn't. One is the missiles sometimes would come on angles. They didn't come straight down in a row. That's almost impossible to do. I mean, I guess I could try to figure out a way to rewrite it, but it was just too hard to do with trying to detect the collisions. This one here, I always know that the missile's going to be in one of 7 rows, the 6 cities or the missile battery. So knowing that it's going to be in one of those 7 rows, it makes it a little bit easier to detect, what got hit. The other thing that the real Missile Command did is that they would have planes come by across the horizon and drop missiles from a lower altitude that gave you less time to react. Technically, I can't do that. It would have taken a little bit of a rewrite. But in the end, I felt that it just didn't add enough to justify the time. I have been playing, I'm just letting it end so you can see the ending. For those who don't remember how it ends. Yeah, this should do it. Well, I want to thank everybody for listening to my babble. I've included, I've given a few copies to the group to distribute. Once again, I apologize for my absence. I hope to make more meetings now that I'm retired. Maybe even make some more games, maybe some original ones. There's so much that has happened in the last few decades, with compilers and extra hardware and equipment. I kind of feel like I'm the new guy, which I am again. But everybody's been really nice, and I want to thank everybody. And that's pretty much it. Let's see what happens here, and I'll end this video. And there's no more cities left. We don't have any more free ones. So they're in the world of belong now. But from the aliens this time. Okay, thank you very much. Once again, this is John Banky, and I wish you all well. Let's see, how do I stop this now? Click on that baby and hit stop.
Are we on?
Yeah.
We're on. Okay. Well, thank you very much, John. I hope you're watching at home, and I hope you're feeling better. I talked to John last evening, and he was in bed and not doing too well, but he's taking the time to create this video and taking the time to create copies of this program for us, which will be distributed this evening at the banquet. And John is also created some other door prizes for us, and we'll, well, we don't have any here at the moment. They'll also be given out this evening at the banquet. Now we have more demos. We have some very exciting new products that have been created by Walid Malouli, have been created by Victor Sturp, and they're going to be demoed this afternoon. What we're going to do right now, because there's a big group of people in the library today who are celebrating the 150th anniversary of the Evanston Public Library, and who all want to be eating at the same time, we're going to take an early lunch break, and then we're going to be back in about 45 minutes or so, and continue with the Chicago TI International World Fair. If you're still coming here, if you're local and you're still coming this afternoon, there's a lot more to see. There's a lot of things to get, but you have to be here in person. And so what we'll do is we'll stop now. We'll have part 2 of the fair in about 45 minutes to an hour. We're setting up an emulator to demo the John's game and play it again, and let people who are here have an opportunity to do that, to play that game. And we have some other exciting demonstrations to do this afternoon. So please join us again for part 2 of the 41st Annual Chicago TI International World Fair. And that's it for right now. Are we off, John? Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is still the Chicago TI International World Fair, and it's on. I turned it on unless the battery's dead. Are we coming through? Okay. Most of the people are back from lunch now, and we've had new people coming in all afternoon. We have visitors from Canada, from UK, and a little lady from China just came in and is going to join us for we also have people watching from Chile, Paraguay, Germany, and some other countries perhaps, and even from Kentucky, I'm told. So we are ready to get going. We have some very interesting demos to do. We're going to start off with Dr. Walid Maroui, who I'm sure is known to everybody that's watching today. He has created something that is absolutely unique for the TI, and it's going to be a world first. So without any further ado, Walid, why don't you come up here and take over? I'll mic you up so that they can hear you.
Thank you, Hal.
And come on, sit down, and if you're going to sit or you're going to stand.
I can
Flip that on up high under your chin there. That's how that works. Take it away.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. Another year, another fair. So what I've got here today is something I wanted to do for a while back, and I started it actually in 2018. And it is capturing an image and processing it on the TI so that it can be actually saved and eventually edited in TI Artist or printed or whatever you want to do with it. The way this came about is I wanted at first to find a camera that I could connect directly to the TI and use its signal to process the information so I can capture that image. I couldn't find anything that actually would work directly with the TI. My expertise on the TI interfacing is primarily with the parallel port on the RS-232 card, and it's a slow port. It is parallel, but it's not easy to convert signals to use it accordingly. So what I ended up coming up with was using a Raspberry Pi camera connected to a Raspberry Pi, and the sole function of the Raspberry Pi is simply to just send the signal of the camera to the TI. There's no processing whatsoever being done on the Raspberry Pi itself. Just a short Python program that basically takes the RGB signal from the camera, packages it into an 8-bit information packet, and sends it basically byte by byte to the TI until we have an entire image on screen. All the processing is done on the actual TI itself. This is obviously written in assembly language. It needs to be fast enough so that the acquisition time is reasonable. When I'm using a Raspberry Pi that's practically ancient, prehistoric. It's a Model B. Not the new ones. It's a Raspberry Model B, which is the second version of the Raspberry Pi. So it's pretty slow, but for the TI, it's plenty fast. When I started this, it took about 45 minutes to transfer a single image to the TI. And then as I fumbled with this, there was the other issue of how to convert a RGB information, which is 256 colors, to the TI's 16 colors. Well, that became very problematic, and we ended up settling on a halftone type of processing, where the image is actually black and white, but with processed in a certain way that you can get shades of gray. How did we get that processing time to go down from 45 minutes to currently 45 seconds? And that was simply by packing the information. Initially, I was transferring basically the red color, blue color, and the green color, which is each 8 bits, transferring it 3 times for each pixel on the screen. And that really created significant bottlenecks in transfer. So I talked to Tercy, or Mike Ward, and he has developed the program called TI-99 18 convert program, which basically works on the PC and converts images to formats that work on the TI. So he gave me a lot of pointers on how to do the processing and how to pack the information from the RGB camera into the TI and then unpack it and process it in a way that will give an image in an efficient manner. And here we are. If you can see, they can see this, right? Right? So this is the Raspberry Pi. This is a camera here, the Raspberry Pi camera. This is the first model they came up with, but it works. And then this is an interface I created. The function of this interface is solely to act as a gateway for input-output. It basically it decides whether there's input coming in from the Raspberry Pi or output coming out of the TI, basically for a coordination of transfer, because the Raspberry Pi is magnitudes faster than the TI, and so it is important to throttle the information. So the Raspberry Pi sends a packet, waits for the TI to acknowledge confirmation of receipt and processing, then it sends another packet, etc. So there's back and forth information going through, and so that interface basically does level conversion from 3.3 volts to 5 volts, which is what the TI uses, and gates the information and decides whether it's input or output. And then it is transmitted via this cable to the parallel port, and then the rest is done strictly in software, where the byte provided by the Raspberry Pi is unpacked, processed for half tone, and then displayed on the screen. And finally, once the image is acquired, then it is saved to disk for future archival, for using in a image processing program like TI Artist, etc. So we've got the program running here. I'm going to go ahead and get the Python, short Python transfer program ready here. All right, now I need a guinea pig. Caesar, you're up. So what I want you to do is sit down, be careful with the cables, get as close, your face as close as possible, as level as possible to this camera. Yeah, that should be good here. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and press a key, and let's see what happens. Hopefully the demo gods are with us today. Keep looking. Oh, wait, I got you upside down. All right, we're going to redo that, but basically I got you upside down here. I got the camera upside down. So actually it'll be a good test to see if we need more lighting. I think the lighting should be pretty good here. Maybe a little bit more lighting. Let's switch it over and we'll give it another shot. Get the camera here. There we are. All right. I wonder if we can give you a little bit more light like that. Maybe. All right. So let me redo this. What? Okay, let's just. Yeah, that's what I think it's going. So I'm going to shut down the TI here.
Because if I remember, Winfrey left that option of it not clearing memory.
Yeah, it never happens. All right. I'm going to use the regular editor assembler. That's better. There we go. All right, and let's do this. Okay, you ready? All right. A little bit further down. There you are. Let's see. At least you're upside down. You're upright.
That's not upside down.
No, you're good. The lighting might need a little bit, yeah. You have very recessed eyes, my friend.
I look possessed.
You look like a raccoon.
That's just, it looks like they have cool glasses on.
Actually, with the nose, it almost looks like Tercy's looking at us.
I wonder if I shine a camera at you. I mean, a light.
More definition in the eyes.
Yeah, let's do that one more time. We want to get you one because this is really for posterity.
I think we can see some of the chair legs and desks in the background.
All right, let's give it one more shot. Let's see. Okay, let's get the light here.
I can use the light from my phone, hold on.
No, that's going to look really bad. You can do it for Halloween if you want. Does someone want to volunteer? Hold this. We want to try to get the light maybe from top. Oh, close. Yeah, there we are. Okay, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, let's see. That's better.
And now at least he has a nose.
Oh, you got eyes at least. There we are.
Oh, yeah.
A little better.
I think that's as good as we're going to do without a studio light here. Now, you are the first one in history to actually have his picture taken by a TI.
Of all things, I thought I was seeing a TI. I never thought I'd see my face.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it for you on disk and you can take it home. Okay?
Print it out, frame it.
Yep. And I'll show you how we, all right, it's done. So now it's saved. So let's see here. Oh, I don't have Vision Command here. Do you have a disk manager by any chance, Vic, on this one?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, it's there
Okay.
somewhere, although it might actually be easier
Do you have a disk manager card?
to swap the card, yeah.
Okay.
This might be disk manager 1, so you might have an extra key press involved.
Okay. So let me turn this off. File commands. Does this work with Tippy? Oh, there we are. Let's see. Your file name is capture -p disk 2. Yeah, that doesn't work with the Tippy. Sorry.
RXP is on the first one. I know there's just...
It's okay. I'll just basically send the file to Kesarul here, to Jim.
That works.
Yeah, but I'm going to show you that how you can do this. You can look at TI Artist. Oh, actually, we need the XB card. So I'm just going to change the disk drive in Tippy because TI Artist is very particular about the disk drives. Okay. What happened here? Okay. Oh, never mind. Shoot. Just bear with me here. Just let me set up the files. Right. Okay. All right. Now we are good. I assume everybody's familiar with TI Artist. So yes, go to the capture. And there you are. So now you can play with it as much as you want. I think somebody's face here. That's you, Jim.
Probably me, yeah.
That's
Yeah, you can see my outline there.
yeah. Actually, you can see it better on a smaller screen than on the bigger one.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you can do whatever you want with it. I printed a test image on a printer. You can do that from TI Artist. You can transfer it to a PC, and you can play with the colors and all this good stuff. But
I'm gonna print it out and frame it.
I'm gonna send you a signed disc with your name on it. That's gonna be your mark on posterity. Congratulations.
I'm gonna place in history.
And that's all right. Well, that's it, folks. That's it for the demo. Any questions about this?
Well, theoretically, you could use that to take a picture of anything.
Yep.
And you take a picture of the train layout or your new airplane or
Oh yeah,
anything.
your boat.
Yeah, I know your boat. Yeah.
The problem is you have to carry all this gear.
You got to carry all the gear, but
Yeah.
say in a room like this, you could take a picture. If Caesar wasn't sitting right there, you could see some of the rest of us sitting in the back of the room.
Yeah, not very clear, but you can actually tell, chairs and people.
And now you've got that set up on a screen above your head, which is, what, 4 feet wide, so that on a smaller screen, it would be a much sharper picture.
Yeah.
It's a TI picture, so seen on a normal screen.
Right.
It would be, the resolution would
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at the monitor here, it's definitely sharper than what it looks like on this one.
That's marvelous. How long did it take you to create that?
Like I said, it started in 2018. I mean, in fits and starts. It's not like I worked on it.
And as I understand it, you'll deliver any one of those home-built boards and all, plus the camera and everything else, to anywhere in the world for $2 million?
Sure, sure, why not? I mean, this stuff is now history. It'll go in a museum. It'll only get used here, basically. It's not going to be used again. So, yeah, like all the gadgets I created before. And yeah, Vic.
Yeah, when GIF Mania came out a long time ago, it seemed like the GIFs were loaded with a whole bunch of information, and the TI could pick out what part of it you wanted to display, especially like with contrast. And I found it was like playing with high contrast photography. You could brighten an image like that to see his eyes, but then other stuff would wash out, or you could darken it. And is there any other information? Can you adjust the contrast in this?
We, in order to make the transfer of the image reasonable, like 45 seconds, we had to really trim the RGB information. We used 3 bits for red, 3 bits for green, and 2 bits for blue. And the reason for that is blue, the eyes are not very sensitive to blue. So you can actually get away by cutting down the resolution, the color space of the blue without affecting the image too much. So we have very limited information. The goal here was to let the TI handle everything. So I could have the Pi actually do all the processing and just send the finished image to the TI, but that defeats the purpose. I wanted the TI to really, that's cheating. What's the point of having a TI then, right? So I wanted actually to do all the work on the TI to show that actually the TI is capable of doing this stuff. Okay, the Pi is just a camera at this point, nothing else. Yeah, but yeah, the GIF is already, the information is loaded from disk into the computer, so it's not a problem of waiting for the image to appear, and then you can manipulate it any way you want. You could do that, but trying to send actually a GIF from the Pi or from an outside source through the way I'm doing it through parallel port will take a long time, and it's just, yeah, this is more fun. It's more raw. You know?
No, I really appreciate that you did go through the work to do it that way, to have all the processing done.
Right. I mean, it's our hobby, you know, we want to use that equipment. What's the point otherwise, right? Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, everybody. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get a disc your way.
We need to get a group photo with the TI Vision.
You think? You want to get a group photo with the TI Vision?
Say again?
You want to get a group photo with the TI Vision? We could. If we all bunch up.
We could, yeah.
Do you guys want to get a group photo with the TI Vision? But I need to make sure, though, I figured
And of course, it's going to take a little time, so
An earlier one that.
perhaps I'll turn off the camera until, or turn off the microphone until we're ready to go, and you can sort of watch this in pantomime. Okay. Well, you probably won't believe this. At a TI show, we've had technical difficulties. I know. That sounds impossible, but yes, it did actually happen. But we're back online now, and because of some of those technical difficulties, we won't be able to do a live demonstration of Missile Command, unfortunately. But if you come and join us for the regular TI user group, Chicago TI user group monthly show next first Saturday in November, well, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but then we will do a live demo of John Benke's revamped program. At any rate, we now have another demo from Walid Maroui, who is going to, well, I'm not even going to tell you what he's going to do. He's going to tell you what he's going to do. Walid, are you ready? All right. Mic you up again.
Well, hello again. Long time no see. So, what I have today is something a little different, and it's basically a scratch-built, home-built 2D plotter, basically, which functions on the XY axes to print out any kind of line art or execute commands for you to basically control the pen up and down and the movements of the axes. It's a very fragile and clunky thing. It's made of plywood, hot glue, and the pen head here is actually salvaged from a CD-ROM writer. It's actually the motor from it. The stepper motor is what I use for the pen, up and down. And it had handy tracks for it, so that made it very simple. I stole this idea from YouTube. To make this work, basically we have 3 axes we have to worry about. We have an x-axis, we have a y-axis, and we have a pen axis which goes up and down to move the pen up or down in order to control the writing or the printing. And all these have to be controlled with stepper motor controllers, which I have on this rather impressive looking board, which I made, homemade of course. All my boards, by the way, are completely etched in my house. I designed them, I etched them, and I drilled them, and then I use them. The way that this works is basically the parallel port, which is connected to this board here, will send signals which are gated through a few glue chips on the board, and they will control individual stepper motors, give it commands whether to rotate clockwise or counterclockwise in order to control the motion of the platters on the plotter. It works, surprisingly. I didn't know if it was going to work or not, but it does work. Now, it's not really very fine printing. There's a lot of vibration. You'll find out it's very noisy, and it's not super accurate, but it's accurate enough to print. So what can you print with it? Well, I wrote an assembly language driver for it, which is accessible from Extended Basic, and it has commands like pen up, pen down, move the x-axis to the right or left, or the y-axis right or left. And you just issue these commands, and the plotter responds accordingly. You can also print actually images, high-resolution bitmap images if you'd like. The problem with that is because the plotter is printing pixel by pixel, is that it takes about 2 hours to print a single full-blown bitmap image. So we're not going to demonstrate that, but I will show you one of the line art images that it printed, and that's one of them. I don't know if that can be seen. So this is basically an image that's taken from the web, I believe. And I converted it using Tercy's 9918 convert program to a pattern and color file for the TI, and then used the program, the missing link from Harry Wilhelm, or Senior Falcon, as you guys know him, to actually load the image into an extended basic environment and use my driver to actually print it. You can also do standalone programs to print things like spirals and sine waves, complex sine waves, etc., through mathematical functions in extended basic, and basically, again, send the commands that you want to the plotter. About a couple of hours before I headed out to Chicago yesterday morning, I wrote actually a turtle program. Nothing to do with turtles, but turtle program is basically kind of logo where you control a turtle, and it draws as it moves. You can turn it left or right, certain number of degrees, and you can move the pen up or down. And so by moving it forward, backward, left, right, and moving the pen up and down, you can actually control the plotter. So this is what I'm going to demonstrate here. The way I set up this program is it looks for a file which has simple ASCII commands: forward, turn, number of degrees, or pen up, pen down. And it reads the commands one by one, and it executes them. I don't know if we have, I don't have a text editor here to show you the command file, but it's a very simple ASCII file. And all we have to do is just load the Turtles program. All right. And, oh, we need to set up the tippy here quick. Okay, should be in business. All right, so run DSK1. Okay. Oh, there we are. Now, what the printer is doing now is originating. It's going to the origin so that it knows where it's at to start with. It's asking me to secure the pen, so I am going to do that. And what that does, because it's not very accurate, before I start, I have to actually set up the pen with a screwdriver. Very sophisticated. All right. Now it's set, so I've got the pen secured. So it's going to move to the center. It's writing. All right, and we're going to enter the command, the program file. So I called it square. Actually it's SK1. And it's going to basically go ahead and draw a square. This is just a very simple demonstration. It can do much, much more than that, but I didn't want to take too much time here drawing something more complicated. But basically, you can see it's like a turtle command. It's moving it forward, left, to draw a square. Oh, I think we have an error. Yeah, I think I made a correction and I forgot to save the program. All right, well, let me fix it quick here.
Happens to the best of us.
Oh. Let's see, 100, okay. I know exactly what the problem is, but, and I corrected it, but I think I forgot to save it. And you can see here the commands. It's all call length commands, basically calling up the driver, which is in low memory. Where is it here? There we are.
Yeah, that logo.
There we are. Greater than 7, so no, that's not it. There we are. So you're getting programming in action here. Okay, I think we're good here. All right. All right, let's try it again. Let me just... All right. All right. No. It should draw a square now. All right. So it did try to draw a square, but the pen didn't come down fully to the paper because the surface is a little warped. But you get the idea. I'm not going to try it again. So I'm going to take it out. Let me show you. And this is all pegboards. And what we had is here is that the pen stayed down a little bit because the paper and the board are a little bit warped, so it's very finicky. But basically it went to the origin first here, then it went back down to the center, and then it tried to draw a square from here, like this, and here the pen didn't touch the paper, so you didn't see that line, but basically it went there. This first one here is when it had the error in the program, so it kept going instead of turning left. But essentially you get the idea. It's very clunky. It needs a lot of trial and error to get the pen to stay on the paper because this vibrates a lot, and the surface is not quite level, so there are dips and highs. So sometimes the paper touches too much, sometimes the paper doesn't touch as much. But it's a fun project, and it's just something to experiment with on the TI. Not really terribly practical, although you can do all sorts of fun stuff with it if you want, like this matte picture or other graphics programs or things like that. That's all I got. Any questions about this?
How long did it take you to build all this?
That, I don't remember, probably 6 months to get this. This didn't take as much.
That wasn't continuous work. I mean, you came back.
Kind of, because there's a lot of testing to go around, just trying to figure out how to create the platform from the design, 3D printed parts, testing, understanding how stepper motors work. That took a big chunk of time. I experimented with controlling single steppers with the parallel port, creating the programs in assembly, trying to control them properly. So there's a big learning curve here to understand how stepper motors work and how to control them. And then, of course, creating the circuit to control them, and the board, the PCB, and etching, and all this stuff. And then testing again and making sure there are no circuits that are, traces that are missing or something like that. Debugging of that board was a pain in the ass.
You're halfway to a 3D printer.
Yeah, well, I do have the Z-axis if I can take the pen out and just, you do have 3 axes on this, actually. It's not accurate, not even close. I think the problem is twofold. One is there's some warping in the platform itself. As you can see, it's pretty shaky. It's just there's just too much play on the gears to make it really stable. And the board itself, where it's laying the base, is also not terribly flat. Plus, if there's any bump in the paper, again, we're talking a millimeter difference between pen up and pen down. So it's all these play a factor in getting an accurate draw. I've done it, but there's a lot of fiddling. For every picture I printed, I probably wasted 10 of those trying to get the pen just right. So it's not for the faint of heart, but it does work. I mean, this is all fun. I mean, this is what tinkering with vintage hardware is, seeing what you can do with the TI. That's not, that's out of the usual realm of things. It's not a disk drive, it's not a video display, it's something completely out there. And the use for it, it's just really for me, for my own edification. And I learned a lot about stepper motors. So now if I have another project with more modern hardware, I know how to do it.
Everything is in advance.
Yeah.
If you haven't done something before, it's brand new, and I think it also will inspire other people maybe to keep on making projects. And because in this community, we have a lot of talented people, but not everybody has every idea that they come up with by themselves. But if they see somebody else doing something, sometimes that seminal idea leads on to other projects.
Sure. I mean, it's using the hardware. I mean, you know, you have this hardware that's nearly 40 years old.
Yeah.
And, you know, the fun part for us, anyway, is to make it, to put it to good use, whether creating an image, you know, capturing an image or creating something like that. Remember my slot car controller?
Oh,
You know?
Fun.
Yeah, and where is Turtles here? He's not here, but...
He's actually hunting air conditioners right now.
But
He found out that there are more vintage air conditioners in the alleyways around here that he has not taken photos of yet.
But anyway, yeah, we did for those of you who were not there, I did a slot car controller where you raced against the computer. The computer controlled one of the cars, and it got it down to a science. So it was really tough to beat. I couldn't beat it because you know, you can control to the microsecond when it's supposed to slow down and how much, and it knows where the curves are. And then Turtles, Jim's son, was the other player. He almost got there, but not quite.
Yeah.
And where?
Him and Buck from
Right,
Buck
right,
Point.
right. And what other projects did I demonstrate? What other things did they have? I don't remember.
Your Hero 1.
Oh, the hero, the computer, the robot. Yeah, that was fun. Now, I've got another demo for this one where it's actually wirelessly controlled by the TI, and it sends information back and forth. So it explores the room and sends information about what's in front of the sonar and the ambient light level in the room. So you can actually get a map on the computer screen of the room as the robot roams around. And if it finds, it has an infrared sensor, if it detects a human being through infrared, it'll say hello. It might be a chair, but so yeah, that's coming up. Maybe next time.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Waleed. I found that fascinating. I hope you could see it as well at home as we could here. It's an amazing device, and again, it's all homebrew. It's something that Waleed made in his spare time. As maybe most of you perhaps don't know, Waleed is a professor of medicine in Minnesota, and practices pediatric medicine, teaches pediatric medicine, I believe. And so this is just a part-time hobby for him. I'm sure he has other hobbies as well, and travels around the world. And I'm amazed. I have 10 of these, and tying my shoes is about my limit of manual dexterity. I break into applause if I see someone dial a telephone correctly. At any rate, I could never do anything like this, and so it just amazes me. Well, we have another demo that is going to be done by Vic Stirrup, something that I think you'll find kind of interesting, something that also perhaps involves, well, I won't give you the details until Vic comes up and shows you what he's built. He also likes to create things, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do, as I mentioned before, the demo of Missile Command due to technical difficulties. But tune in to the regular show next month, and you'll probably see that. So, Vic, I'm going to turn off the microphone while you set up, and then we'll continue with the show. Okay, here we go again. I hope you can hear me. Anyway, this is the president of our group, the Chicago TI User Group, Victor Stirrup. And Vic has got something that I think is kind of unique, a visible TI. He's going to tell you all about it. Take it away.
I lucked out on the internet and I found this transparent see-through plastic TV. And this is a completely clear TV for security reasons in locations where you want to make sure that there's nothing hazardous in there. So I got this TV, and then I had gotten this Raspberry Pi in a clear case. And last year you saw I had a Raspberry Pi with a TI SIM SD card in it. So we'll run it through its paces here. This is the menu screen on the SIM, and it's controlled by a little mini keyboard. And we just use the arrow keys to arrow down the main menu here. So we can get to, say, Alpiner, and press A for accept. Now we're out of RetroPie mode, and we're in TI mode. So the keyboard acts just like a regular TI keyboard, to where I can press any key on the keyboard to get to the next screen. And I can select, you know, basic, English, whatever. I can press number 2. And it loads up the game Alpiner that we selected. I can press the enter key, number of players for 1. CTIUG, press enter, and it gives you the key. Of course, you've played Alpiner before.
Press any key to go on.
Here we go again.
And by using a gamepad type controller, I can move the man up and down. I used to be real bad at this game till I saw it demoed. I thought that's as far as you could go. I didn't know you could wrap around the back of the mountain. So I was really limited. Here you hit a tree. There's another tree. Oh no, a skunk. And he sprayed at me. If the skunk spray gets you, he goes, oh, yuck.
Beware, falling objects.
Yeah, the avalanches. So it plays just like a regular TI. When you're done with the game, this is what's different on it. You can press F10, takes you back to the color bar screen. Enter takes you to the menu screen. Or if you press escape, which is never used in the TI world, takes you out of TI mode, back into RetroPie mode. And this is set up pretty much with a bunch of different games. Again, in RetroPie mode here, use A to accept. You don't press the enter key to accept. If you press enter key, you get into this scary looking menu that you can go through the different settings. You can go online, try to find different pictures and such, your sound settings, all your other settings. What you would do is you would go down to quit and press A again, and you can restart the emulation or shut down the system. If you press A again, it goes really shut down. Yeah, but we don't want to, so we want to restart the emulation. Really restart? No, we don't. So just press enter and you exit out of there. Now if you press the space bar, you get where you can jump to any letter there. As you can see, we're on letter B, you can go letter C, D. So that might be a quicker way of getting somewhere. You can sort your games, you can have a listing of different games. Edit the game's metadata. Well, that sounds a little scary, but let's look at it. It has the name as Blasto. We can go to that. We can change the name of this game from Blasto to any, you can type in any name you want. There it goes, there's the editor. I'll make it Blasto Tank, and
Blasto, not Blasto 1.
Yes. And now how do I get out of the edit? Because if I, yeah, there we go. No, I don't want to type A. I've forgotten how to get out of this editing mode here. I just wanted to show you how simple it was to, no, I did A and I put the letter A on the end because I'm in the editor mode. B.
Probably game controller,
Yeah, the B button.
Well, no. Well, you got me this time. It's not a TI demo if it works.
tab key.
Yeah, because it should highlight there at the bottom where it says OK and cancel to get us out of the editor. Exit choose, A to exit.
Stop editing B.
B?
No, B is going to be whatever your.
Button.
Yeah, see, it's in an editing mode right now.
It's the button on the controller, the B button on the
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I did try that.
it says here, B.
Yeah, but it might, you might not.
Try the
get
other
that
controller.
correctly.
Of course. Well, there's a way to do it because I know I did it before. I wrote up a cheat sheet for this to help, but I never really got into editing the names that well.
You can't just hit enter.
Stop editing. See, on the screen, yeah, B.
Can you press just enter?
Oh,
B is just going to be.
B.
B with a circle. And that, they both look like they're,
Enter.
and looking at your controls. Try to move your control down off of the line and see if that'll let it work.
Well, I'm trying the arrow keys here. Page up, page down. Tab.
Escape doesn't work?
No, it doesn't. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Escape and then B. There it goes. Arrow down, A to accept. And so we can go,
Now take a moment and write down what you did.
yeah. We can save this, so I'll save it. And then we don't want to edit anything else, so we'll get up here. So here we are on, on red, Blasto Tank. So we've edited the name on that. Oh, one thing that was online that was a little interesting was Demon Attack. Everybody's probably played that. And what came up in a chat group recently was the cartridge game of the game Demon Attack has sound. So in this one, you've got the, okay, it's probably the other controller is the one I should be using. There it goes. Is you got the ship on the moon, and these monsters keep attacking you.
Did they ever get that game fixed?
What was the problem?
Oh, you can't finish it. There's a bug at the end.
Oh yeah, they talked about it. I forget what version it is, but that's the actual cartridge of Demon Attack. There were 2 cartridge files on here. That's why I got Demon Attack cart listed on there twice. But then they said the prototype Demon Attack had speech that somehow never made it to the cartridge. So we're going to try running that. Now, nobody knows why the alien has a British accent. So I'm not very good at these games anyway, so I don't know how much more speech. Oh, he laughs at you, yes. So I guess that's all the speech files there are on this. And he laughs at you. Again, another one of these games, you're only allowed one missile on the screen at a time. It doesn't matter how fast you hit the fire button. So that was that on Demon Attack. We ran this thing last year. Germ Patrol. It's always good to learn about brushing your teeth. Sort of a cousin to Jawbreaker there. So it works just like a TI. In TI mode, keyboard works, all the numbers and letters work. You press escape, you get into RetroPie mode. To quit, we actually are going to quit. Any questions, any demonstrations on any of the programs you saw that you might want to run?
Once again, how long did it take you to put all this together?
Well, I bought the micro SD card pre-compiled online. Somebody else did the grunt work. Technically, you're supposed to compile the card yourself, but I don't know how to do that. So I got a card that was done already. Now, I wanted to make a backup of this card, and I discovered that in this circumstance for Raspberry Pis, you can't just copy the files from one micro SD card to another. You have to clone the card. And so I went through 3 different cloning programs till I finally found one I could figure out how to use called Etcher, E-T-C-H-E-R. And it was real nice because it just came up with a big screen. What card do you want to clone? What location do you want to clone it from? What location do you want to clone it to? And if the card you're cloning it to isn't big enough, it'll tell you right on the spot, rather than wasting a half an hour of your life and say, oh, it wouldn't fit. Gee, I guess you're out of luck. I'm sure we've all gone through that on hard drives and such. So yeah, Etcher worked. It worked good, and I was able to copy it over. And the hardest part with this Raspberry Pi, which is attached on the back here with Velcro, was figuring out the port configuration. There's 4 USB ports, USB 2 and USB 3. So you want to put your keyboard in one of the 2 USB 2 ports and your controllers in USB 3 for better response. And this little Raspberry Pi, it's got a little fan, and it just works fine. And it was very nice being able to put it right on the monitor and have something portable that could be taken around and used anywhere. That's it for this demonstration. Go down to Quick, press A. Go down to shut down system, press A, press yes. And the Pi shuts down. The little green light stops blinking, it's solid red. And the power can be shut off, and the TV's shut off. That's that on that one.
Can you hold the TV up so the camera can see it clearly? Up in the back, I think is.
Okay.
people would like to see.
Yeah, you have this other monitor, John?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
I know it's there.
So the Pi's turned off right now, and you flip the power switch, and the red and the green light come on. And it takes about a minute for it to load completely.
Where did you find that online?
Yeah, just online. I looked for it,
Oh,
for a Raspberry Pi. This one I lucked out. A hobbyist had bought a couple of them, and this is one he didn't need. So we let it go for a modest cost. And like I said, I cloned the card for it. I had that other Raspberry Pi that looks like a little miniature Nintendo. And but I found this clear monitor, and the clear monitor was a novelty. I thought that'd be keen to have, something to have.
find that online too?
Yes. There we go. The way the person who set up this card configured it, it always starts up with the color bar screen. So we're in TI mode automatically. And he has Parsec loaded. Press the any key.
Press fire to begin. Alert. Alien craft advancing. Break shot.
That always happens.
Alert. Alien craft advancing. Knife shooting. Alert. Ships attacking. Alert. Ships attacking.
Press the P key to pause, so you can take a coffee break. One of my friends has been playing Parsec for a while, and he had trouble at the refueling tunnel, where he kept crashing his ship in the refueling tunnel. And what you're supposed to do is press 1, 2, or 3 is lift. That is how fast your ship moves up and down on the different lifts. Unfortunately, I can't seem to pause this and change the lift. But lift 1 is your slowest vertical speed. So when you get to the refueling tunnel, you can easily control your ship and not hit any of those pesky stalactites they got hanging around in there. And you can go back to 3 when you get out of the tunnel, so you can avoid the ships. So you,
Here was Parsec made?
I don't, did it say on the startup screen?
Yeah, I think it's at 82.
82?
Yeah, the first menu selection here at the top. Is a games menu, press 2, and this is like a 1 megabyte cartridge games. So you got your space bar, and you got Adventure to Fireballs, Galaxia to Munchmobile, Nature's Way to Spad 13. I don't see Parsec there. And Soundtrack Trolley to Wing War. No, we'll just press escape, get out of there. Go down to the next multi-cart. Yeah, I don't know why he set it up where it automatically takes you to Parsec. Maybe that was his favorite game. And he didn't want to have to take time always searching for it. So 4A Flyer to Breakthrough, Buck Rogers, Connect 4, football. There's Parsec, letter P. Yeah, 1982.
I think that was the first cartridge I ever bought, because the kids wanted to play Parsec, was $75 or $79. I told the kids back in 1982, I said, don't expect to get a whole room full of these things because at that price, you better get to love this cartridge and that's it. And we had it in black and white. I love black and white TV. And any other program in those days, before we had any storage media, had to be typed in. And at the end of the day, when you turned it off, it went away, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. How much slack do I have here?
Remember your mic up. So.
Yes, that's why I asked how much slack I have. Another facet of a presentation I'll have is video game design. A lot of programmers go, gee, I'd like to program a game for the TI, but I need something to program. What can I use for inspiration? And usually we get overwhelmed by thinking, oh, I gotta have this kind of graphics and sound and all this stuff. And you can go with something very, very simple and still have an entertaining game. And this is an ancient Hebrew time from pre-BC times called a dreidel. And it has 4 symbols on it with 4 different names. And it's spun like a top, and when it falls, it always lands with one of the 4 sides up. So the official rules, which is the sheet I didn't grab, is how you can play with any amount of players. You don't have to have 2 players or 4 players. So you get tokens like pennies or rocks or whatever is to use as a counter. And at the beginning of each round, every participant puts 1 game piece in the center pot. In addition, every time the pot is empty or only has 1 game piece left, each player should put 1 in the pot. Every time it's your turn, you spin the dreidel once. Okay, it landed with hay, vertical. Depending on the side it lands on, you get or give some game pieces from the pot. For those that don't read Hebrew, some dreidels also feature a transliteration of each letter. So that landed as hay, means half. The person who spun the dreidel gets half the pot. If there's an odd number of pieces in the pot, the player takes half of the total plus that 1. If it landed up none, where are we? Here it is. That means nothing. The player does nothing. He doesn't put anything in the pot or get anything from the pot. If it comes up gimel, it means everything. That player gets everything that was in the pot. Of course, then you go back to rule number 1, is every player now puts 1 token in the pot. If it lands up shin, that means put in. The player has to put a game piece in the pot, just himself. Then the play goes to the next player. So here's something, you don't need any fancy graphics or animation. All you might want is the, let me see if this works. This is a toy top with a little sensor in it that turns on music, and you're not going to be able to hear it play. But as this spins, it plays the let me try that again. So I thought I could program that song as a startup song and just have a title, you know, dreidel game, and then have one of 4, these 4 symbols or the 4 letters, words come up. And this isn't that tough. You could put in scoring, where if you've got 2 players or 6 players, where everybody puts their name in at the beginning of the game, and then it's player number 1 presses a key, spins it, and it tells them what to do. You could have it automatically put tokens in the pot or take tokens out. So anybody who's trying to figure out how to program a game, here's a very simple game that can be programmed in. You don't need any motion animation or super quick reflexes. Any questions?
It's very interesting. In terms of gameplay, there are a bunch of different types of games. Talk about, if you will, talk about the different kinds of games, interactive games. Well, we don't have too many shooters up in TI, but we do have some. We have Waleed created, transferred a game, an Avalon Hill game, I believe.
Clear for action.
Yeah, Clear for action.
Combat in the age of sails, sailing ships and such. And he had said how he had lucked out on Avalon Hill, where the guy who created that game originally for that publisher put in all the formulas for calculating stuff like how big the ship is, how many guns it had, how powerful the guns were, and what seemed even more important than that, how well the crews were trained. And it seemed like most of those battles, you had a bigger, theoretically more powerful combat ship get defeated by one that didn't have as powerful guns, it wasn't as fast or whatever, but the crew was better trained, and they could do their job without tripping over their feet, basically. And yeah, that was interesting, and you did not need real rapid gameplay or reflexes or anything like that, because these ships take a while to do a 180. Yeah, that.
Turn-based, so I mean, most of the games I do are turn-based.
Mm-hmm.
The only arcade I've created was the Jetpack.
Yeah. Well, then you had Panzer Attack with the fog of war, where you could only see so far on the World War II battlefield for your tank combat. Did hills and forests come into play in that game?
Oh yeah, you can hide in the forest actually. You can hide from the reconnaissance plane or from other tanks, but you can still shoot from the forest if you're at the edge of the forest. So you get the advantage of camouflage.
Yeah, so the Dreidel's a nice non-combat game. It was exciting back in the day when we heard, oh, there's a video game coming from Russia. And we're going, what's it gonna be, MiG-37, flight simulator? No, it was Tetris. A real nice, simple game that took a lot of strategy. It took a lot of brain power on that, especially if you turned off the preview next piece. So you couldn't work one step ahead trying to tell what piece you wanted to drop next. Actually, I think we had Tetris on this.
I recently watched a documentary that had an AI actually trained to play Tetris. It broke the game.
Oh.
I think after a certain level, I think the game breaks.
Oh yeah, because they can only count a score so high.
Right.
What was the name of the game that had all the different colored blocks on it? You eliminated each color one by one, and the Mark Hall?
Mark Hall did that once for the Faire.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Ooh.
In 2007, actually.
Yeah, I set all the colors to one, and I was able to win that game.
Oh yeah, the Clickety.
Clickety.
Yeah, because the.
And then we have one called Neverlander, which went on forever and ever, never landed.
Yeah, because we had. See if we got that in here. I know I don't have Neverlander on this machine, but I might have.
Yeah. You have that Neverlander right there.
Where?
Up.
Yeah, it's up there a little bit, yeah.
Yep, one more.
One more.
There you are.
So we do. I'm surprised. Thought it was on the other one.
That's actually one of the programs I bought the rights to from Mark Hall.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did?
I did.
I didn't know it was commercial.
So make sure you give
It's
Jim a
source
dollar.
code is.
Okay.
If I have to ever update it.
You make it hard?
Oh, why don't you tell us about the gameplay on this?
Or two.
Describe the gameplay.
You're asking me, the guy who can't play.
Oh, okay. Well, you bought it.
Gameplay.
It's yours. You own it.
No, it came with all of the code that I got from Mark. When he
Okay.
was at TI.
All right. I move the transparent one here. Okay, we're working on the Raspberry Pi. Press the fire button. Okay, I must be on controller number 2. Let me throw it on the ground. That makes it work real good. So you're faced with a never-ending stream of asteroids here, and you got to burn fuel to avoid them. And every time you hit one, your force field blinks. So you got scales there on the right, and there's a fuel cell I better pick up. There. And you get a bonus by how much oh.
I guess you can land after all.
Well,
So you're perpetually falling.
yeah, a one-point landing. Yeah, I think he said that was a joke behind the name,
Under the sun or whatever.
is that you never actually do land. Okay, so is there anything else on here? Never landed, Night Flyer. It's hard for me to see this monitor here. It's Pac-Man. Okay, here's one I renamed, Pac-Man DW. It don't work. At least somehow in the archive, this is one version of Pac-Man. There's multiple versions of games on here. Parsec, Pitfall, Pole Position, Protector. Rasmus times 8, what could that be?
Games, I think, all these 8 games.
Yeah. Well, there's Saber Wolf. We were talking about that with that British gentleman. Flappy Bird. Someplace I've got, it was for the Atari video game system. It was a little box about this big with a knob on it, and it had a 555 timer, and it went in line with your joystick, and it activated your fire button. And it was called the rapid fire device. And I thought, boy, something like that with a pot would be good for playing a game like Flappy Bird, where you just can't click that button the right number of times. And then we were running TI Scramble, which was an arcade game originally.
Ready to start?
Yes. So all these missiles try to get you, and you fire you fire missiles in front of you, and you drop bombs. You can move forward and backward. So this is a nice fun-packed game. When you get to different, when you get to different levels, this has a pause button too. When you get to different levels, you encounter indestructible fireballs, and all you can do is dodge it. When you get to another level, the whole screen turns into like a maze, and you have to go all the way to the right, and then when you get to the vertical shaft drop section, hit left and down at the same time to move backwards across the screen and descend to this little narrow opening. Scramble is quite a challenge. I don't know why they put 3 Return to Pirates Islands there. In the Romox demo, the Romox cartridges are sort of short. This is what broke monitors. On a CRT, this produces bizarre effects and colors that aren't there. And our digital monitors originally were very unhappy with that flickering color. And you've got Anteater here. You're the ant being pursued by an anteater. These are just demos to show off, I think, 2 of the Romox cartridges. They had 4 or 5. And Topper, which is like a version of Qbert, but had different laid out game fields.
Isn't that the peanut guy?
I think that's a turtle or a Jiminy Cricket wearing a top hat and a rabbit. And it just loops over.
What is Saguaro?
Saguaro City?
Never heard of that.
I think it's a cousin to Tombstone City or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those editor assembler learn how to program by this game.
Oh, you notice the difference here? They have crosses instead of cacti.
Okay. Okay, and you can't get rid of a cross once it's there. Everybody know the gameplay on this? Or is this sort of like the attack where you seem to be safe if you're in this area, but you can box yourself in? I think the idea here is to eliminate all these, all the red dots. Difficult game.
When 4 red dots get together, they turn into one of the monsters.
Oh, one of the green ones.
Yes, and the green ones are automatically targeting you.
They zoom in on you. Okay. All right. Sargon chess. Sewer Mania is one of the,
Milton Bradley.
yeah, MBX games.
Yeah.
You don't need the MBX. I think it's Championship Baseball is the only cart that you need.
Human game card.
Yeah.
The educational cards all need it.
Oh, okay.
You got to have the joystick with the special joystick,
Mm-hmm.
which were impossible to buy separately. And my kids decided that they could make everything go faster if they pressed a little harder.
Mm-hmm.
If they pressed it hard enough to destroy a bunch of different,
Yeah.
very expensive joysticks. Finally, I got one they couldn't destroy.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 versions of Star Trek. Yeah, this has different operating systems like Extended Basic, Super Extended Basic, but the disk drive access isn't fully implemented on it.
What is TI Workshop?
That is a Databiotics cartridge that came out around the late 80s, and it has a lot of utilities that let you do stuff that wasn't all available on one cartridge at that time. I used the snot out of mine. The memory manager, disk manager, the program loader, debugger, editor, assembler. Let's look at configure the system. Select outputs, GRU control.
Does it work with the TIPI, the disk manager? Does it work with the TIPI, the disk manager?
I doubt it, but let's look.
Try the SK2, you can catalog it.
File utilities.
Try disk utility. Oh, okay, never mind, file utility.
Well, file utilities.
Try 2.
Okay, that disk is empty.
Again. Try disk 1.
Yeah, we're,
Press the any key.
okay, on this system, on this Raspberry Pi, disk 1 is corrupted. Disk 2 is not corrupted.
But there's no, disk 2 is not set up. The disk 1 is set up, but it's not able to read.
Remember, he's running an emulation at this point.
Yeah, this is all emulation. We can't access your TI-PI. But yeah, you can,
Until someone writes a wireless drive
Yeah.
to go between
Yeah.
TIPI and your.
yeah. Here's something, number 7, a sector editor. Boy, you can really get in trouble with this.
Oh, I could
With the-
You could do that with disk utilities too.
Oh, yeah, don't tempt me. I've been through all of those. Anybody knows me well knows I have a stack of discs that are no longer readable with all kinds of good stuff on them.
Well, actually, I've got a cartridge at home called Disk Fixer. And it's specifically made for fixing messed up disks. Yeah, you got Turbo Fourth on here, but with no disk access, it doesn't work that good. What was I looking for? I was looking for Tetris. Okay, Tetris is not on this screen. What do you want, Tutankhamun or Typo Man?
See, Typo Man's another one of those Romox games. That was only released in their ECPC cartridges at their cartridge kiosks.
Oh. Is that where you had a master cartridge and you could get it reprogrammed?
Yep. But there were 3 or 4 of their games that were only available in those modes. And that's also where most existing versions.
Well, I can't seem to get this one to start.
Because I was going to say, I thought it was a space bar, but yeah.
Not all of these work. Okay, so let's go back up to the,
So question, how hard is it to import a disk image in this?
you would, everyththing is manipulated on the micro SD card.
Can you do it from within the interface here?
I think you could do it from the Raspberry Pi. There's a thing that looks like a telephone connector on the bottom. So you could hardwire it in. I don't know if this model has wireless or not. But yeah, you could do it directly from the machine or you could do it on the SD card. Here's Hal's favorite card.
I used to set it up so all I did is press one key, the game would play itself for 5-10 minutes, and I go
Yeah,
back.
I was just wondering if you
Get a cup
could
of
maybe
coffee.
ingest Missile Commander game. We have a disk image on USB.
Yeah, I don't know precisely what kind of files, how they've got this set up.
Even better than that, RetroPie sets up a Samba share that you can copy stuff to from Windows boxes.
Yeah, but that's not
Or
gonna help
anything
us
else
today.
using Samba.
Okay, I don't see Tetris on this. Maybe it's on the next one. Ah, shit. When you press the A button, just tap it, don't hold it down, because otherwise you get in this configuration screen where you can really mess up the configuration settings on your,
Without wanting to.
yes,
So you have shown us a pitfall.
yes. Yeah, just tap the A button. Ah, okay. Just tap that A button briefly, don't hold it down. Mancala, that's a game from Africa with pits, and you count stones, and it's a strategy game on how many stones you pick up, and you have to drop them in a clockwise rotation.
Tris, I.
Okay, they spelled it different. I was looking for Tetris. Ah. By Jim Reese. Okay, here's the one that make it tough, turn the preview off. But I usually like to leave the preview on so I could tell what the next piece is coming in. So I think on the keyboard, yeah, your S and D key here, and your, one of these drops it, oh yeah.
One of them should rotate it as well.
Yeah. So enter drops it. I'm going to put that one over there. Now sometimes when you get something like this, if the piece gets down next to it, you can press and hold the key and see how I managed to tuck that in.
But you still got a hole at the end anyway.
Okay, I'm trying to find the rotate button.
Spacebar?
Yeah, duh. So the idea of Tetris is to fill up and every time you fill up a row completely, that row disappears. And you never seem to get the pieces. I mean, I can look up at that screen and I can see what the next piece is. And I go like, well, that's not really what I'm looking for.
That'll work. Rotate it and drop it into the hole.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so this, I think Nintendo came up with one similar to this, or no, it was one of those where you try to match the color all the way across. I don't know what you call that game mechanic on that, but it was a pills in a pill bottle. And
Dr. Mario.
yeah, and they got scolded by parents for having kids play with pills. Yeah.
That's what parents are for, right?
This is a
I read
Poser.
articles from the late 70s accusing space invaders of putting bloodlust in our children because you were killing the aliens. It's so violent. It's like really?
Well, yeah, I managed to take out 2 rows at once. And P pauses it, but doesn't give you any on-screen indication. Yeah, so many shoot 'em ups, and then you get a game like this that's just pure. I stayed up too late, too many nights. Just one more game. Just one more game. Anyway, yeah, so that's it for this presentation. Try to quit here, press A. Yeah, this is not as friendly as the TI. You just can't shut it down. It's a computer. You have to shut it down correctly. And just turning the power off is not playing nice with it. So, another game on game design. John, how are we going to photograph this? Well, I suppose I can hold it horizontally up to a point. What camera's on?
After you move your monitor over, you can use that.
Okay. This used to be called Rubik's Race. It's a 2-player game till the Rubik estate complained about using their name without their permission. Let me move this other stuff out of the way. So in this one, you've got this shaker, and you shake it around until all the pieces are flat, and you get this pattern. So each player, as they're looking at the screen, they're going to try to duplicate that pattern on their playing field. And the playing field is missing one piece, so you can move everything around. So game theory on this is you move your center square first, which is the center green one, and then you can move your blue one there. And now you got a hole. And you only got to worry about these center 3, this 3x3 grid. So now we got green, blue, we need a green over here. Okay, now we got green, blue, green. We've got one green in the middle. We need another green over there. There are videos on YouTube of children playing this, and I would swear that they spend nearly 10 seconds solving it. Okay, so we got a white here, and we need a red here and an orange here, so we've got to switch this red and this orange. And you flip the divider over when you've successfully matched it. Green, blue, green, 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 red, white, blue, orange. And of course your opponent on the other side is trying to do the same thing, match it up. I looked at this a while back, and I plotted it out on graph paper. Here's my original notes on drawing these 2 grids on a TI screen. Your left playing field, put the shaker in the middle, your right playing field, and each playing field could be controlled by a joystick, and the joystick command, up, down, left, right, would move the colored pieces to where the blank hole is. And this is another game, could be in basic, although I think extended basic, it might be nice, because then you could animate the pieces moving. Where in basic, you could just have the black in whatever color, would instantly change. That'd be just fine. And yeah, you could do this in BASIC. Other things you could put in is have the program automatically see when there's a matchup between the shaker and what somebody has on their playing field. Otherwise, you could have it manual, where if they press a fire button on the playing field, then the piece would flip over. But if it doesn't match up, well, then they could incur a penalty. So there's a whole bunch of variations doing that. As far as doing a game theory and game development, that's another game that could be done. We had just a whole bunch of stuff over this past summer. Everybody's seen a TI Speak and Spell. Well, this is a different one called a Speak and Read. And instead of just spelling out words, this displays entire words, and you have to identify the word itself. It comes with an operating guide for the parents, and I printed out. This is available online because I didn't have the original manual. This is for the kids, telling you you can read. And oh, it gives them a nice place to personalize their name on it, and some images. And then it goes, here you start out with cap, cat, hat. Which one of these is it? Well, that's a cat. And here's a bat, and a ball. It's a ball. Okay, so they can start getting used to identifying these different words and different letters. It starts out in default on
Word Zap, level 1.
This is called Word Zap. And it, what you try to do is it will say a word. Well, you know how great the TI can say words, how clearly you can understand it. And then it says a word, and then it will display 4 or 5 words in a row. And you're supposed to press the zap button when the correct word is on there. So we can tell it to go.
Zap the word at.
So, yeah, zap the word at. That's begins. There's at.
Yes, the answer is at.
So this is another novel use of TI's speech.
Now, zap the word colors.
What was that? I didn't quite get it.
You're right. Colors is the answer.
Now zap the wrong word on purpose.
Can you zap the word you? No. The correct word is you.
Yeah, and he blows you a raspberry. So this is interesting. It's rather heavy from the batteries.
Zap the word id.
This is rather heavy from the 4 or 5 C cells that are in it. And this uses the original chips. It's not like, boy, you ever see any of the pictures online of a modern Speak and Spell? They took the whole circuit board and they got like one little black blob of epoxy. Is everything that used to be on that circuit board is now that. So the Speak and Read was a novelty I picked up at a garage sale. I had never seen one before. And now that I went online, it seems like they have 5 or 6 different versions of the Speak and Spell, the Speak and Read, other things. I didn't want to become a kind of sewer and start collecting every variation of them. That is the path of madness.
It came with its own folder, it looks like. It came with a folder.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Also, it didn't come, it's not just the game itself. It slides out of here because you needed to store the operating manuals, and it just closes up with Velcro. And this is how it was sold.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I've never seen it. That's about it. Anybody who wants to come up and play with any of this, you're free to do it. Another thing I was playing with over the summer was nobody really does much with sound on the TI, aside from the original sound that the machine makes itself. And I found this little slang term as a stomp box for guitars, where they put the guitar signal in on one side and take out the sound on the other. And when you stomp it, you turn on the electronics, and these 4 controls can do all sorts of bizarre effects to the sound. On the TI, didn't want to really do a bunch of bizarre effects. I just wanted an echo. And you can sort of adjust this to where you have an echo or a slight reverb. The idea was, instead of a tinny sound of just one speaker, to try to get something that's fuller and more rich. And I think my old Radio Shack reverb box would do a better job than this would, but it was fun to experiment with, in taking different things and seeing if, not necessarily distortion, but echo effects and repeats and things like that would be fun. So that was fun to play with. That's about all I got. It's been a busy summer since we've been off.
This year, Vince. Vic, my brain is dead.
Thank you, Vince.
You're welcome. So, yeah, good. Yeah, I had to print out the manuals.
So it's close to the regular card?
Yeah, I lucked out on that. And plus printed it out double side and,
Oops, I'm going to steal this back from you.
go ahead, Hal.
Okay, we have got about 20 more minutes of the fair, and so it'll be time for people to walk around, look at some of these exhibits. The fair officially ends in about 20 minutes at 4 o'clock Central Daylight Time, and we will, I guess, be on the air for a couple more minutes to read some of the comments and some of the chat. So, John, would you like to read some of the comments that in the chat that people have been doing? Let's see if we've got enough cable here. I think we do. I think we'll get all the way over there. Some people have asked some questions. Some people from various other countries have talked to us. And, oh, you want me to read it? Okay, let's see. Without my glasses. Let's see. Well, let's see what questions have been asked. This afternoon, we're talking a little bit about some of the technical problems we've had. Ricky Barron says, I'm using your program to create a TI-CNC. Oh, cool. My program will use a standard G-code. Barry Miller comments, he's got sound. Gary Shug said, truly impressive presentation with split screen. Is this only for the annual, or will be used at the monthly meeting going forward? Well, the question is a very valid one. We have a, at the monthly meeting, John does not have this entire setup. So what will happen is that Vic brings in his tricorder, which is a box, triangular box that has 3 different screens on it, and so that everybody in the room at different angles can see it. But we don't have a split screen setup there, and I wish we did, but unfortunately we don't. We may in the future have something comparable, but as it is now, we have to swing the camera around in order to show the different things where you can see any pieces of hardware, then we swing it around to look at the camera again, or rather at the screen again. So let's see what other questions we have or other chat. How do we scroll this, John, or can you?
Call the mouse.
Okay, all right, well, let's see. Okay, there says I used to save my school bus fare by walking so I could play the corner store arcade games. I know the feeling. Let's see. Greetings from Paraguay, says Carlos Aya Gugliari. I'm very interested to see you Yes, indeed. Do try, he says he wants to try it on his TI-99 4A. By all means do. And try the very newest version. We will be trying to make that available to people. If you happen to drop into our our meeting next month, we'll be demoing it again. And if you didn't see it at the very beginning, some people came in late today. They came in at noon. We had a gentleman come in from the UK, come in and couldn't stay, unfortunately, because his young son got a little antsy. But he'll probably be back at the meeting next month as well. I doubt anyone from Paraguay will be dropping in, but if you do, or if you're coming from anywhere in the world or anywhere in the country, by all means, please come to our meetings. They're open to everyone, and we're right here at the Evanston Public Library on the first Saturday of every month, except for July and August of every year, because that's when we take a kind of a summer break. If there are no other questions from anyone in the room, any other questions, Roger says greetings from Chile, and let's see. Jim, somebody asked a question of Jim Fetzner. If I can scroll down to get the rest of it. If I knew how to scroll down on this scroll button, it's. You have to press the fire button as well. Let's see, there it is. Let's see. Oh, Bob Carmody is watching. Great. Sorry that you couldn't make it this year, Bob. Let's see. Barry says, comment for Waleed. I recognize you wanted the TI to do the process imaging. I wonder if you had saved the used TI-PI DSR messaging system. You could have transferred, and it's cut off there, whole 16 block straight to VRAM and maybe get limited frames per second movie display. That's a good question, and Waleed is at the moment busy talking to someone, or I would have him comment on that, and perhaps he'll get back in touch with you, Barry, and I'll let you know about that. Let's see. Well, at any rate, we're going to break down now. We're going to start to break down because we have to be out of this room in a little while. This is a day when they are having a celebration of the 150th anniversary of the Evanston Public Library, and so they have asked us to be willing to give up the room early. It is good that everyone who has been watching has been doing so. We have lost a number of people in the room, as you can probably tell by the empty chairs, but we have a decent turnout, and we're hoping for more people next year. This has not been because of the weather and because of the change in the date, and even perhaps because of the change of the room. We have lost some people. A couple people came in late and said that they had been downstairs looking for us where we usually are, and we're not there now. Waleed has a question from Barry Miller asking about VRAM, and if you want to look at the chat real quickly and answer that question, it's over here. I asked, here, I'll read the question to you, if I can. John, are you still got the chat? Waleed, you can stay on the, let's put it up over the table so it won't get lost there. Oh, okay. Can you see that question anymore? Is that question still up there? What? On the chat from Barry Miller?
Yeah, you already answered it. I already answered it.
What's that? Oh, it's on the...
You already answered it.
Oh, you've already answered? I've answered? Or... Waleed, have you already answered that question? Oh, okay. Well, fine. I didn't notice that.
Somebody mentioned they're using my Plotter program to create for a CNC.
Yeah, someone...
See what they're doing with that.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That if you could cut metal or plastic or something like that from the TI, that would be very interesting as well. Well, listen, we're going to sign off now, and thanks to everyone who has been watching and has joined us in person here as well, of course. And I hope to see everybody in 2024. We also would like to invite everyone to our next meeting, which will be the first Saturday in November from 1 until 4 Central Daylight Time. We'll be on the air and we'll be here in person. So if you're in the area, please feel free to drop in. And that's about it from Evanston, Illinois for the 41st Annual Chicago TI International World Fair.
Thank you, Hal.
Bye for now.